Whoop. Why is it Strongheart in there? Again, like I said the last time, he has an emotional bias in this case. He can't judge. We need someone else. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Also, I thought Maria would be tiny. That or Mikotoba's a lot shorter than he looks. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Ma'am! The court's look to your right! And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori. Sorry, hold on. Gotta make a quick adjustment. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. She's a ghost! You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. Hey TVFG! How are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. As for me, I'm doing alright. I'm a little hyped that this might be the end of the Ace Attorney Chronicles. I really want to take down the big bad. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, while I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. I'm still... Okay, I already said this earlier, but get this man off the judge chair. Put him in the witness stand. Thank you for the luck. Also glad to hear you're doing alright. Oh, wait. Okay, Judge. Okay, Judge. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. What was... The revelation of the Crusade came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. Even so, shouldn't you still bring her in? Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? I'm looking at you, male Strongheart. The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. I just expected Maria with her bird mask to just start pecking at him. Like, that's right, I studied under... Ow! Ow! Dr. Wilson at St. Sinus. So you are present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Bap, bap. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Caw! Can we get this lady away? Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Oh, come on. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Oh, Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yeah. Like, what? I'm not fond of the racism either. One hand, it's accurate considering the time period, but at the same time, it's just... Oh boy. Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart acted to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time. You must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. You'll give your formal testimony now, witnesses. I keep asking why Strongheart is still in the judge's bench when he needs to be swapped out for someone, like, who isn't biased. But before you begin, a word of warning. I am God. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. Remember, your testimony verges on supposition. I will expel you from my courtroom again. Why can't we kick this guy out of the bench? He's too biased for this. Especially now that he has a personal stake in it. Remember that. Like, can we swap him out for the old judge with the wig? If you're truthfully saying it's wrong, that is the law. There's the truth. And the truth! Yep, our truth versus his. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that I forgot how creepy she looks when she does that. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Pikatoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that could possibly positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Because someone in the bench is making me keep quiet. See? See? Even more evidence, we need to kick him out! Can we? Please? Kick him out of the bench! Also, this new animation, I don't like it. And it looks like he's holding the fire. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asorgi, has come from your... What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death. Yes, please, we need to get Sholmes on the bench. Like, Sholmes, come in here and, like, kick his ass. You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is a fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. Fuck. The court will give no credit to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. I just imagine, like, him holding the cane like that. Someone just yoinks it and just bites into it. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. No. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, we're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. Hound of Baskerville. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. I'm guessing they mean really big dogs, or hellhounds, in a way. I never read Hound of Baskerville, but they mentioned that title a lot. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. I've seen anime, well not anime, but video games of dogs wielding swords, but that's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. Would it be a bit more threatening if you waved the, like the, what's it called, the muzzle or the nose part of the unicorn into your hand? Also, now I think about it, maybe considering what happened last time, even though he's in the judge's bench, would the jury / the audience around us right now count as the judge as well? It's a little too close to his face. I believe I warned you about— Ow, my nose! I promise you could tell your testimony as soon as you enter the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Unless you want to break that right, aka that law, in front of everyone in this audience. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. You heard the lady. Get out of the bench! Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Wait, is it one of those I can only press one statement, or else I'm dead? Hold on. Whoops. Sorry. Sorry, I just noticed earlier a mention of Judy Hopps. If only we had that technology, or if Iris invented it by now. Yes! Okay, if this is one of those you had to press one thing or else, let's see what happens. You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Rikotoma, fetch me a beer! Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting of passive implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? No! There's a speck on it! A speck of food! Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes there was, as a matter of fact. What? Wrong button.
Hold it!
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog. Their throats were mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. Would you rather me yell out, it was a sword-wielding dog? But Gretchen assured he confessed all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the... It was a Pokemon! What did I miss? The professor was a Pokemon trainer. Taking the lives of all 5 members. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No wonder, it was a legendary Pokemon. British sword dog. Quick, to the Galar region! No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Plot twist, it was a Chihuahua.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mom, Dr. Scythe, were the stand, but, I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama has told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. Hold up. Single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds, indicative of a duel. Scarlet ink stains. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. So unbelievable my eyes are rolling into the back of my head. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it? It was... Can you be more specific?
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Sword? Dagger? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as it might slip of... a ring? Okay, I remember it's been a while, but I saw Attack on Titan, I think when it was only 2 seasons, and there was a ring someone had where I think it was with a specific gesture, a blade would come out of it. So, is it one of those? Called it. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus cortis of his left hand, the 4th or ring finger. I just got a weird image. Genshin goes to someone. Will you marry me? Person responds by eating the ring. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. I will marry you! But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. I ate it. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been. So, someone struggled to get it off him. Either that or his fingers, maybe his fingers got kind of got fat and the ring was difficult to remove. Which unfortunately has happened to me in the past. Like, there were rings I was able to wear when I was younger, like high school or so, but then trying them now, it's like, oh hey, I got it! Oh crap, I can't get it off! They arrested the man there and there, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring. Right along with me today. What? Whoa. Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Did she... Wait, by the stores, do they mean in the autopsy place where Dr. Scythe was? Also, I'm wondering how Strongheart's gonna react, like, where do you have that? I can tell Yumiko Toba's shocked, like, here it is! Wait! Oh dang, you have it! I wonder if that's a ruby. Good gracious, that's it! I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found in the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Bikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that, thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Goring, the removal of historical evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? It does, but fuck you! However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. He's gonna take the ring and eat it! It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws. Now that you mention it. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone. I'm guessing if you twist it, the gem comes out? Well, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them. Ah! Now my finger's bleeding! The claws really are sharp! Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? I need a band-aid! You couldn't swallow without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better. It's a red bean paste in the middle. Damn it, now I'm hungry! Red bean paste buns are awesome. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Is there anything else? I just did! Unless there's something I overlooked. Very nasty scratch? Could that be it? Like if the victim swallowed it when some internal problems kicked in.
Objection!
Damn it! That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh. I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. He's probably thinking I couldn't say because Strongheart's doing something. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt. We could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true. We can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Thank you! Also, let me take a quick look. No internal trauma. I think here, please.
Objection!
Thank you. Yeah, because if you swallow that ring, would it be like, and you just start coughing up blood because of all those claws? The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail. What? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Are you on Strongheart's side? I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help you here. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's expected in that report, Counsel. Or rather, take the autopsy note and rips it in its shreds. Not anymore. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. That is my point. You've already done it for me. Thank you. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And water. In addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. Well, I'm gonna die anyway! Ow! He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained. No. And there you arrive at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Why didn't you say something at the time? Because a certain someone was pulling the strings! Pixel. Oh! Ooh! Oh, that's so cute! Thank you! Also, I don't think I've ever done pixel art before. Oh, now I'm a little curious about pixel bubbles now. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the lab that day. But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? Well, if he swallows a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Seriously? That's your excuse? I'm terribly sorry. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy. Brush has a few rules so it doesn't look clunky. Ooh. Rules is in, like, square-shaped? Sorry, I'm not good at this. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. Seriously? Yeah, me too! Thank you for voicing my thoughts, Kazuma. Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. Coughing? Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. How it spaces and how big certain squares should be. Ooh. Yeah, it sounds pretty difficult. I want one. Oh wait. I want one. The government can pay. I am not Santa! And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. Where's Krampus? I beg your pardon? I will cut you open. But Mama, she chose to stitch our corpses up, with all our secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory is looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her Mama. Glass number 4? I think I lost count. I forgot the count. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About the memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? Oh yeah, you told me. It was like some anti-Van Zeeks people were like, hey look, it's the little brother, get him! And Genshin was like, okay, look away. It was 10 years ago. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets of Lake Tower. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! The ribbon billowing heroically in the wind. And baby Barrack over there. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him were miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after?
Objection!
Again? Okay. Oh. Okay. I thought he was gonna go, no way, why would my dad save you? So, that might be where this is going, but... You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer.
Objection!
Kazuma, deep breaths. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? But my eyes are already open. No, really open them. You must know deep down. Yeah. Listen to TVFG, Kazuma. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Whoa! Part of me is wondering if he's pulling a, like, either did you want me to see like this, or did you bring me here so you could see, so that dense fog around you can, like, fade away? It's like, you can't see clearly? I'm here, sweetie! Stop laughing! Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face. As if you were Lady Justice herself. You definitely aren't. It seems you're thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. Some as you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that was born out of it. Huh? It was extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. I want to slap that smug smirk off his face. If that were the case, why would Osugi not have disputed the findings in his trial? In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Wait. Didn't I have something? Hereby request upon my death and all that. Deep silence, I accept my fate in this foreign land and knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing but my chosen path. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zerix? Can we address those matching scars, by the way? On the bridge of their noses? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepted the judgment. The actions of a man who had accepted responsibility for his deeds, and is resigned to his fate. Then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion I wish you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. You have those? Strongheart, you're not capable of logical thought! Granted, Asogi's silence at this hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence. during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. What? If that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. I can think of a way! Kazuma, get your sword! Attack him!
Objection.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council? Did you get help from your boyfriend? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim that my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death? The autopsy results were an invention. That's a new look. Okay. I know that's a similar pose from when he was in the prosecution bench, but seeing it from this angle, it looks completely new. Also, that line in the one of the seams in the finger of the glove, it looks weird from this angle. The curly pop. There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? Ew! If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Well, you are a tragic racist, so... Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation? Hold up 1 second. The only thing I could think of were those papers, but... I don't know, it seems kind of flimsy? Like... Especially this last page here. Deep sadness, I accept my fate in this foreign land, and the knowledge I will never see my homeland and family again. But I regret... Like, I'm thinking this, but the last line could be twisted around as in... Regret nothing about your chosen path. So he did kill people, see? But at the same time, it's like... there might be something hidden in here? Like, hold up. Unless it's one of those secret codes, like... IIWD. Never mind. I thought it'd be like the first letter of every word spelled out a message. Enough rhetoric! This court must be shared evidence. Here's a shot.
Take that!
Fuck! No! Okay, I'm convinced that this might be the toughest Ace Attorney game I've played. That or the other games were tough and I completely forgot. Kazuma-sama's father knew the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated. Is there really nothing else I can look at? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence till I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? Wait, so as in... I guess, maybe? I don't know, I got a dumb idea of like, if you keep quiet, we'll send this sword over to your son. That could be it. No! Okay. I thought I was about to say nope. Game over.
Take that!
Damn it! I don't like my odds! I'm sorry, reloading, because I don't like my odds in this. Okay, so it's not the papers, it's not the sword. Keep quiet and we'll find the ring for you? I have very little evidence of the previous case, so my last guesses are either the ring or the autopsy report.
Take that!
No! Eh.
Take that!
No! Damn it! Okay, I'm trying to... Okay, why? Maybe for their safety or safe return? Okay. I'm trying to think. Other evidence, I guess, that's kind of linked to the past would be the photo, the Sogi papers, which didn't work, the autopsy, which didn't work, the sword, which didn't work, and the ring, which also didn't work. Okay, either I'm torn between either this, cause you know the young Van Zeeks and whatnot, or this because Jikoku and Bikotoba were traveling with him. Okay, I'm sorry, my brain, I'm looking up a guide. Wait! What the... Sorry, I looked up the guide, but it... Why? Leave this post with immediate effects. All rights to redundancy. To pay and pension fully revoked. Details of the escape are being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries to be expected. Prior to the conflict of incarceration. Wait. Oh, is this why? Keep quiet will help you out of jail?
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asoki's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, "There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration." In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. Don't tell me Strongheart was like, "Okay, dude, I'm like, you keep quiet, I'll break you out of prison." And then, as Asogi was busting out of the coffin, Strongheart was like, "Nope, I lied." Bang! In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. First fabricated evidence, now a jailbreak conspiracy. Yup. Because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution witness... the prosecution witnesses to summon new witnesses to the stand. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Witnesses, new witches. Also, I'm guessing Kazuma is either asking for a daily vigil, Kaden, last name, don't remember. Oh, Barry Kaden, or both? Governor Kaden? And the poor chief order. No! I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. There's not enough covered out of prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. He's already here! Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated? I almost said rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Oh, he's talking about Sholmes. Asking Governor Kaden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Galaxy Brain Sholmes, thank you! Are you telling me that? Yep, he's 5 steps ahead of you. Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken. Waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. They peek out the door. Hello? My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing, to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Unless you want to go back on your word in front of all these people. Very well, bring it over this. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than lay this business to rest once and for all. Would you like to come to witness stand and say why? GG indeed. Vanzix's legs must be getting tired from standing this whole time in the witness stand. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations? Oh no, I'm not good at Scottish accents. Okay. TF2 Demo Man, TF2 Demo Man. Oh, they're gonna have to glue you back together. I, Barry Kaden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Woo! I forgot about that. I was gonna say, is that a new is that a new animation? But I forgot he was Gossip. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerby. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. I am Hugh Boone, the other persona. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity... Mario, no! I'm trying to be... I didn't think I would turn into Scottish Mario! Could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. I guess he kind of does look like Mario with a mustache. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Astogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods! Hold on there, laddie! Oh! Witness! Him! Governor Caden. I said... You have a Sorry, I saw Critical Role and I thought of the... I didn't watch it. I don't watch it that much, but that podcast thing. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. Roll for charisma. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Doctor, hotel owner, plumber, Olympian racer, golfer, tennis player, Scott. Prosecutor Shogi. If you threaten a witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. You've been threatening us this whole time! My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you'll testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break a shogun out of Barclay 10 years ago. Is Kaden gonna whip out his tea and handcuff-shaped cookies? Or handcuff-shaped biscuits? It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The detective came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder of vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. Major apologies to all Scottish people everywhere. I was responsible for Asoki right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire. Speaking of, will the Queen actually play a role in this game? Like if Strongheart tries to do some bullshit, the Queen waltzes in and just goes, "What's going on here?" A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Oi, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized the plan? You are using my beloved corgis for murder! I didn't ken that. I don't know that? You're saying you don't know? Thank you for translating for me. Listen, there was nothing about the professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. So the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office. And one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. Strongheart, maybe? The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. Oh my god, wait. What if Strongheart not only did this whole fabrication thing, but he's also the professor himself? Like he's like, I framed Asogi so I could keep doing my thing. On the right, I think it's some sort of gauntlet for archery. Even though there was very brief mention that he did some archery in the past, which, I think I commented a while back that it was a kind of an interesting, I don't know, parallel. It's like with Cosma has the sword where it's like sliced towards the truth, I guess. While Ryunosuke has the archery where it's like broken sniping, like goes sniping for the truth. Actually, Ryunosuke, if you want to replace your arrows with those little like toy suction cup arrows, there's a little thing called X marks the spot, and there's an X on Strongheart's face. And my axe. So let me ask you the difference. Yeah, yes. I'd rather see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? What do you think? Hell yeah, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity. Seems all you... Hey! Very well, proceed, Counsel. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Oi, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But it was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I was a baby! Can I say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office? What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious! All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with the idle speculation. We just get the job done. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about this? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take their rap for it. Alright, who else did know about the plan? I'm not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who had been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Courtney? Or Courtney Scythe? Yeah, Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. I remember that. Hideous treatment indeed. Memory serves right, there's a movie involving that. It's called the Iron Mask, and there were 3 to 4 musketeers. And Leonardo DiCaprio had to wear that mask the whole time. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Oh yeah, that scene. Okay. Brief thing, when that scene played out, it was sort of, oh, holy crap. The characters went, oh my god, he tried to commit suicide. Me, though, I was under the impression that the office was on the ground floor, so when he jumped out the window, like, he survived, but maybe he just acted in, like, high, oh shit, my job's gone kind of panic. Losh, Visual. I can never apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. What else can you tell us about the situation? I didn't ken there were... Yeah, wait. I don't know if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
You already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office. There must have been some sort of negotiation, is the only explanation. Why, well, be that as it may, I didn't ken nothing about that. Winnistan is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do. And I presume you already know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. A little something called perjury. So you're just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in murder. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Should we remove a certain someone from the room? Like, say, a certain judge? And then you can talk?
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Why, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Throw tomatoes! Throw tomatoes had strong heart! Was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything but what happened after that. Only... Personally, I believe his death was a lot... What did he say?
Excuse me!
Was he like, this is all new? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Oh god, he's spinning faster! And how is he not bumping into Caden? Oh, what does this all mean? What was it he said? Personally, believe his death was the last part of the plan. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. I mean, it could be a Barclay convention, but isn't it sort of also a thing in military? What Governor Caden just said seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind? Divorce version of that one cop with the newlywed? Crap, I feel bad. I don't know what that means. Like, the one cop with the new... I can't remember. Wait. Oh, the, like... Oh, Pat. Oh, Rowley. Oh, yes. It was a sleepy guy and the lady who was like, isn't that right, darling? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors. in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? Also, I just imagined, like that couple, the Pat and Rolly divorced version of that one cop is like, show him a picture of the Vigils, like, this is your future! To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was to always betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? That's quite true. Wait, so it's just that by the chicaneries, do you mean as in, why was there a huge panic? Assuming that's what it means. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. Oh! Like, why make make an actual escape plan? It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets in his Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Do you know? Truth be told, it is a wee matter that never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony. Guns! Go on then. We're doing this whether you like it or not, Strongheart. Nothing to bargain with. Can I bring up the Asogi papers yet? Please?
Objection!
Yay! Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit, on a verbal assurance of later being broken out. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Otherwise, the fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. You gave it to me! The Asogi papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Nah. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. Oh! Yes, we'll continue, you rat. Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? Wait, is this the exact same animation? And is he shaking him faster? Like, it looks very similar to the animation of, Gregson shaking that one guy. Ah! Oh god, he is shaking him faster. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake that witness. Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? Lost will and testament. The will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in this cell, but do Caden and Vigil have the same shocked animation? Because they're standing in very similar poses. That will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. How is Cosmo reacting to all this? Like, my dad left a last will and testament? Give me it! Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jigs! What the blazes on your bladder and a boot? The will was found, right and proper. Oh! Either that's a new animation or I completely forgot that existed. Also, okay, Vigil is lucky that those handcuffs aren't hitting his head. And the fella still right, so would it be ow, 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 ow. But how can that be? We're in this cell. We all searched the place. From top to bottom. Oh, his hands. Again? Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You pilly-wally galoot. Rotisserie. You can't criticize me now. I should let you afford it, didn't I? Did I know, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. You know what? I need a tissue. Let me borrow those papers. No more papers. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Is he still shaking him? As has clearly been demonstrated already. What went on in Barclay Prison was far from above board. Sorry, just imagine Caden, it's like, oh, I'm so fired after this. And Vigil's like, oh no, I'm so fired after this. Even though I don't work, they're gonna fire me somehow. Our last vacation by the French was an affront to the entire British legal system. Your face is an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? I love that little anime. It's like, my hands! I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where's the real documents? It's certainly not hidden on my person!
Objection.
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that somebody next to the negotiation took place. Is your lordship gonna get lost over those facts? What did you say? Testify! Testify! The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. Thank you! It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Sorry, I just noticed they're both wearing stripes. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. Right after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a detective came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A key no, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar to the once, eh? You wee waffinger. There's nothing you can do about it now. You have no hold over me anymore. What the hell? How are you doing that? Is this a glitch? Like, how is it? Okay, I'm assuming it's a glitch, because how is his own tie going like that? Other than the whole, you like, take out my cravat, of course. Now, what else are you going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Shaky, shaky, shake. Little and large. What a double act. We've complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland in most nits. I'm looking at the notorious killer right now. And we were much obliged. I could confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Didn't you say a ring was missing? Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting set of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that as my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was a man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict is merely prattling, knowing that his hand was a knife. Stop smiling! So, Constable of the French, your cross-examination, please. Blip. Yes, my lord. So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. Oh no. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. Like a monk? What about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. You might need to work on your hand muscles.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the vampire, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials. Yes, you're quite right. So, when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in birthday, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. AKA you? because I still remember, I think, weren't you a prosecutor at the time? I personally instruct our shogun to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping. Brings up a good point. It's curious. Now I think about it, aren't most last wills and testaments, even in modern day, were they usually in the hands of lawyers? There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the cell. Ugh, well, the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? Prison Governor, can I be expected to enter the workings of the prosecutor's office? In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? Weak. I'm unable to offer an explanation here, no. I will have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell, and clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back when we couldn't found it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It couldn't have disappeared completely!" in my face. And he pulled me like this! I'm using my telekinesis to pull my own tie! Well, it's done to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document. But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. You mean... the article based on Mr. Trevor's experience? Yes, that was it. The day after I read the news... Sorry, I just saw his ring and for a second I thought, isn't that Asogi's ring? But... no, it's a lot smaller. The day after I read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you aided Genshin Asogi to escape, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. Care to fill in the blanks? As I go around that prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. Where? What? Disappeared after the convict execution. What name was on it? Didn't can afford, and I didn't can now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside this fellow's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just want to really Genshin Asogi's last will. On one hand, you could be onto something because they didn't specify. Document is pretty vague. But at the same time, it's... I don't know. Maybe document they meant will? Continue with your testimony, witness. Excuse me. Do I have anything? In Mr. Soki's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items for personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. Wait! Sword? Kardama, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan, could the man have a more obvious weapon? Okay, can everyone read minds? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence. The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. Couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Oh no, I can think of one method, but it's very, very self-harm related. You're not that well afforded, he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotomo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, it just look like squirted massive jet black earthworms to me. Wait. Vigil? Are you suggesting he actually wrote the will in English?
Excuse me!
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil. Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! Oh no. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt out like that. Please don't tell me I was on the right track. I don't want to be! Ooh. Less swaying, more explaining. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly. Or possibly not. Unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes! It was Scarlet! I'm gonna press this, but there is something.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. I have to pee! Witness, is that really what you saw? Sir? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? Shit, I mean... I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Och, didn't I have it? You can plainly see the writing here. As black as the yellow of hell's waistcoat. Well, yes. Yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asoki was holding? Well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asoki told me.
Carnage waste no further time on this matter. Everyone in question our possession. There's nothing more to add.
Then why'd you freak out at the word Scarlet? A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Cosmo-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asoki actually had nothing. But the plan to bring him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asoki actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't know, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of something. Let's listen to all the information again. Absolutely. Okay. What I'm thinking is that there was mention of red ink in the autopsy report. Like, right there, scarlet ink stains visible on the little ring finger. I'm not sure this is a proper... I hope this is a proper thing.
Objection!
Thank you! Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? I'll raise again! You have no evidence to say that. Look at the autopsy. Have a look at this. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yep, and there's something in here that bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the ring on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingers, do they? Your wit does not appreciate it. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. You're wearing... One of you is wearing gloves, though!
What is your point?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
Well,
I remember something troubled me at the time. Are we suggesting Clint wrote the last will? At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. Was red ink rare back then? I know blue, I think blue is an extremely rare color, but I'm not sure about red. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil!
ah!
When he spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? I'm gonna try to hold back on the flashbacks because my throat. Ooh! Ooh. He said last will and testament, but he never said it was his. Side note, sorry, quick water break. Come on. Oh, that's good water. A last will and testament. Ugh! The conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says. Excuse me. Then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't his. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What? Clang, clang, clang. Oh, that's new! This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes? No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death. It's obscene.
Objection!
Was he... Wait, was it like... Was he playing... Was he... Oh my god, was Clint acting as bait? Like, I may die in catching this dude, but at least someone will catch him. And yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. Where is it now, though? It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will was contained contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. The professor's identity? It couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough.
No, I haven't.
Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest.
What? Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest. Is that a typo? Should it be pursuing this notion of a phantom which nobody can attest to, having seen serves absolutely no purpose?
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say, Counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
No. With no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. If the truth isn't Lord Strongheart is the professor, then I am gonna be absolutely lost. Because that's the only idea I have. Mr. Naruto. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Ms. Susato. So hold your head high, and keep soldiering on. You're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The French's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact... I feel like a report and accusation could be the same thing. Like a report on I found out who it is, or an accusation of I accuse you. Good thing I saved. Obviously, it must have been an accusation. Accusation? Revealing the true identity of the professor.
Which would explain why Masogi took it, since it was he who was implicated by it.
No. In that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all.
You're suggesting the accusation was made against some other person?
Yeah, and I'm looking at him.
Objection!
No, if that were the case, the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. Oh no, did I pick it wrong? Damn it! Fuck! Can I object to the penalty too? Please let this be the right one. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Enough. Counsel. What are you saying? I thought he was about to throw his badge off. Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. Wait. Clint was the Professor? Is that what you're suggesting? I was thinking it was strong art this whole time. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. It wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. I'm just as blown away as you. Oh! They're surprised. It's like, oh shit, he's gonna blow.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years.
And Lord Clint Van Zieks was a paragon of justice in the capital.
But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature? If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. My brother. This is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruto? Lord Berg Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, Did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. A Great Dane? I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest, the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog. Worthy of the jewel-studded car. We might have found that collar, actually. It was in the haunted lodgings of Soseki Natsume. A jewel-studded collar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Sholmes, do you still have the collar? Bring it in! It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. Oh, that's what the B is for! Balmung! It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the letter B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? Not what I was expecting. Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. Oh, okay. That makes a little more sense now. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. Do we need to call the widow in to testify? There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey.
So is it true then? Clint Van Zeek really was the professor.
Impossible! These Japanese are making up all things on their own!
Oh my god! We're racist! So in fact, the person responsible for those murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and still not the 6 million inhabitants of a great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That there is anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed.
Okay, hold on. If Clint was actually the professor killing everyone, why? Like, there's something about cleaning... Like, I remember it's something about the professor doing it because, like, cleaning out the bad blood, but... Was that really Clint's MO, or was it that he was being ordered to do it?
Very well then. You may have the truth.
That was easy. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zeek was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black root of crime, he drove himself into a corner. Me! He came to the uncomfortable...
He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, crime... Excuse me! Sorry. Growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. He became a vigilante? It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth had once again been unearthed. By... Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be upset. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yeah, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these crimes.
Do you have evidence?
No. Nothing definitive as of yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this bird, based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we knew the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did? He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Vigilante against vigilante. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And? What about the will?
I ate it! Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time.
What about the whole scarlet ink thing you freaked out over? I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. You're admitting to it? That you were behind all this? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
Yes, because I'm racist.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire.
Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged the fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it. Whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that!
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. If this is the final breakdown of Strongheart, it feels a little anticlimactic. I don't know, I was expecting a bit more of an explosion. Yeah, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. Cosmo racist. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, wasn't it? Gregson? Jeez! Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. Are we gonna go into who shot him in the head? Because I still feel like it might... I don't know, I still feel like Strongheart's guilty of something. Like murder or some sort of big explosion worthy. Or not, maybe not explosion worthy, but like breakdown worthy. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What? Isn't it obvious? You, Cosmo. Stop smiling! Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your home, Lord Asogi.
What?
You are here to have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again.
That was a straight-up lie. You scoundrel.
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget, I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma. That... Okay, Strongheart, that was a dick move. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was to simply protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. You already did enough damage! To protect this country's law and order at any cost. Kazuma, can I borrow your sword? I'm gonna cut that smile off his face.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart? The look on his face says yes! A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Van Zieks? That's the spirit of your late brother. That paragon of justice should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt can never come to rest on you. I feel like minions is something only villains would say. Angel with the crap, I can't remember the lyrics to the song. He's an angel with a shotgun, fight until the war's won. Something. Go back. So all thanks to them you were exalted as a demigod the Reaper became. Can we arrest him at least? Like, seriously, can we put Stronger behind bars? Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Assassin? Oh. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. I highly doubt that.
That
is everything. Everyone tackle him! My lords and ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense... Fire! I want his sleeves to catch fire! It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still.
All those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway.
It was all in aid of keeping London safe. Is this an ends justifies the means kind of crowd? There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Is it? Can he do this? He thinks he can since he's judge, but I say no! Jump the bench! Climb over the chairs! Get him! Can trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yeah, the same thought occurred to me. It could have been one of those, I had my suspicions but I didn't want to believe it, or I had my suspicions but he's family, so I can't turn my back on him. Or some sort of, or it's just a mental conflict, like do I turn him in because he's a criminal, or do I protect him because he's family? It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Who's the current Lord Chief Justice right now? Strongheart, I have questions. A lot of questions. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. That will do.
Neither judge mode. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Shogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The well-begun ring that acts as the incriminating evidence condemned Genshin Shogi, and the 3-page lost will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
I don't know, like, I feel like there's a secret to that ring, especially with those claws being extremely sharp. I'm seriously think it might be a trick to, like, you twist it and the gem pops out or something.
Now, today I will present myself as the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
No! Really? This is it?
Objection!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kasuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this elephant. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continue.
I beg your pardon?
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
All I did was ask the accused one simple question. You'd be surprised. Simple questions can bring out very complex answers. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks' recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
It really pointed out that we can draw no very useful conclusions here. So where on earth is a contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify— Whoops! Shit! Sorry, I was gonna save, but then, Like, I forgot. I thought I was gonna press pause to save, but no, I chose one. It was Lord Van Zieks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was just a little jarring. Come on, Renosuke, go over it. Find it. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful... racist eyes. When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
Yeah, with Lord Van Zeeks, I've been struggling if, like, whenever he says that word, I've been trying to think of a word that starts with the same letter, but different, like Ninetales, nacho cheese, but I couldn't think of any. I wrote up a list. I didn't think I needed it anymore, but now that it's back, it's like, crap, I think I threw that list away. And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at?
I've really seen the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development.
Did I pick the wrong thing by accident? Wait, wrong photo. Not sure. This is the only thing I can think of. Please?
That!
Fuck! I'm sorry, I'm weak, I'm looking up the guide. Also, I took a glimpse at the... I don't know what it is, but when I looked at the guide, it mentioned something about looking at this weapon, looking at the sword. But I examined everything. Is there something I'm missing? Okay, where was I in this guide? Okay, did that, did that, did that, did that, did that, did that. Did. What am I supposed to look at? What? Like, the guy suggests I look at this sword, but I don't know what I'm supposed to look for. Skilled effort. What am I looking at? Yeah. I don't get the guide. I think it's because I already fucked up, so... Hold on. Oh god, if it was, I'd be screwed. Maybe if I present the wrong thing, it'll give me a chance to try again. I'm trying my best here! It's gonna be very lonely around the Naruto dinner table in the future. I'm alive. Do you think you can? Okay. So I had to screw up and come back to this. Okay, last time I screwed up and pressed Lord Van Zeek, so... It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Rinosuke, think back. Find the problem. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Council?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Rinosuke, what?
Never worry about the statements you are making, Council. They may very well prove fatal. Can my words contain a contradiction? With what evidence?
Okay, I think I got lost around the guide saying look at the sword because I had picked the wrong choice by accident. But... maybe this? Because it says, like, his stuff, so would that count?
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The two-paged will. What? Huh? Oh my god. I completely forgot about that. Strongheart, do you need to watch Sesame Street again and learn from the Count?
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were...
The three-paged will!
Could it be that originally there was a third page?
Slip of the tongue, don't mind. For a moment, I thought you identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see.
How? Trifle.
Governor Kaden!
What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
Oh, yeah, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time. But, what? Thank you! Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
They wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? Where's the message to his son?
So it's decided that the third...
Wait, so it's decided that the third page on it to be sent.
Objection!
I'm that lad, give me it! How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel.
Says the guy who's extremely biased and in the judge's seat. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. Look, my father's message. No, read it now! It could be evidence!
We'll be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial's done. You know what it says now. Even the slightest thing could give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud for the court.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
Do you want to read it out loud, Strongheart? The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Back me up here, audience!
Very well done, Governor Curtin. You will read a third page of the document for all present to hear.
Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, I can't read. I can actually read random language. Who's this? Wait, Mikotoba? This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. There he is! First thing I thought was Sholmes, but then I sort of thought, wait, Sholmes can't read Japanese, can he? If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Also, I just got back from a water break. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. The message reads, Dear son, Strongheart is an asshole.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. I thought it was gonna be a poem. Or maybe it is just a... Like, imagine if we wrote that in haiku. Wait, is it? Kazuma the... Oh, dang it, it's not. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku Twist thy head and watch them fall. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. Okay, the latter half is a haiku. The first half I don't think it is. Twist thy head? Father.
What is Karuma?
The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It is now! It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in the proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. You want to do Kane versus Sword, Strongheart, huh?
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom.
No, you haven't!
However, despite all that, no new information has come to light.
We've got... Are you kidding? We got a crap ton of new info.
In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Besides, it's my bedtime. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
I have to go pee!
We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime to capitalists.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikotoga, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
Do we? Hold on. Wait. The part in the guide that confused the hell out of me. Karma, great blaze, such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Twist the head. What? Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Swinging a blade? Mr. Naruhodo? If I might make a suggestion? Oh! I wasn't sure what he was doing. I thought he was trying to swing the sword, but him twisting his own head. Oh. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira? Okay, I vaguely remember researching sword anatomy for writing purposes. And I think it was called the head or the pommel, like, my memory is vague. Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt? Hee of the hilt. You don't think... Shake your butt! What's inside? Is that a tightly wound piece of parchment? Whoa! Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it. Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature. Clint Van Zieks? It is. The date. 10 years ago, that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Cardama, and no one knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Wait. Oh my god. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Now I can't read it!
which case,
Blame.
I hereby order all discourse from this proceedings to be struck from the record.
Stop abusing your powers! It's my last chance. Mr. Naruto, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yes, we can! Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. That's a new reaction.
Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you?
Decisive?
Is it me or is he looking directly downward and not at the camera? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Maybe so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence?
Eat it!
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case I escaped your notice...
That document was lost long ago. Really? What's in my hand then? That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Eat shit! Impossible. That can't be. It can be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. That face! That reaction! My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? Wait, didn't Cosma have that already? Cause I'm wondering, like, Ryunosuke goes, it was rolled up inside this. Cosma, wait, when did you get my sword? Hell yeah, we're taking his ass down. It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I see Kaden and Vigil left. Oh, he's sweating! I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You're not the law. Not anymore. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. So what? For what? You'll throw it in the fire? Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom! No!
Objection!
Eat my feet! Do that, my lord! And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. Oh, it's a lose-lose situation. He lets the trial continue, his career is over. He ends it here and now. The entire judiciary will never trust him again. I beg your pardon? forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed one by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. That too. Lord Cliff Van Zeeks really did pen a will that day. They're talking as a young Japanese man said! Read it out! No! We have a right to hear what's in that will! A right! And a duty! Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as the proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Rinosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Story time, everyone! No, for God's sake! Ah! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. Mario Galaxy library bits. Oh! Except instead of this, like, I haven't played Galaxy, but instead of what seems like a cute bedtime story, it's just, we're gonna read someone's last will and testament. That's gonna destroy a whole man's career. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which to me, as one of them, is so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the deep depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon which I willingly set my great hound. I want to imagine, like in these flashbacks, the dog is extremely vicious and scary, but then you see what was going on in reality, and it's just like, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? It's like you could just push the dog, and it's like, rub my belly. Is that a cute bedtime story? Oh no. But though I am a hunter of some sort, of some experience, I'm a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to that light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. You're going to jail! So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Why are you happy? Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was protect yourself! That too. He was also trying to conceal the secret of his true nature and the countless lives he sacrificed till now. You gonna say anything? Just stop smiling! It just didn't make sense to me. The third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? You wanted that position! To eliminate the man who stood between you and the officer you'd set your eyes on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. Huh? London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. You're down there, though! Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowed to spread like wildfire. Like the fires of the scales of justice? By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, name makes no difference. Blam! As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
You're reminding me a lot of Aristotle memes from, I think it was not Justice, Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. That's all you have to say? I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Chikoku. Oh my god! There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Chikoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. Jail! Prison! Million years! 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Oh yeah, that. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. What do we do? Shoot him! Shoot him! He can't live now this has happened. He has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan.
Everything's changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us will be finished forever.
I didn't realize there were two people talking.
Come on, Chikoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot!
Chikoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Chikoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modelers present at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. Christ!
So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night.
Are you proud of yourself? It was Chikoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. Why do I get the feeling he's going to do like, it was Chikoku who did it, so I'm completely innocent. And I can say that because I'm judge. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Chikoku left the courtroom earlier, he said the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too? Using what happened in the graveyard! By that time, Chikoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. Good question! How does he sleep at night?
I don't!
These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection.
Is this really the right way to do it, though? That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. You are crime!
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeeks.
Oh, from dishonor in his death.
Objection.
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Sending the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's... Okay, that's a new look. No! Okay, either the cane... I want his breakdown to be either the cane breaks or his sleeves catch fire. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? Oh, he dropped his cane. We have to fight fire with fire! Our courts can't function without a Reaper. And by fire, I mean these fires by my side, and the jury fires. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
You've done nothing. As Lord Van Zeeks here worked tirelessly and justly in court, while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Oh, sorry, it's kind of nice to see Cosmo going from Van Zeeks sucks, I'm gonna kick his ass, to Van Zeeks is better than you. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. Are his eyes glowing? Sorry, for a second it looked like his eyes were, like, glowing demonic colors. You little... When we get it through your thick skulls! That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tired of that excuse. In fact, let's call up the Queen right now, see what she has to say. I'm the Queen and I say Strongheart sucks! You consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again! Oh, this again. Ah! That's what he's saying! Oh my god. He's Gant from Ace Attorney Case 5! Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me! A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English! Are you being racist? Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud! Keep your mockery! Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. He's gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs! What are you trying to say? Sorry, two things. One, I didn't notice till now he has a vein poking out in his head, and two, I was wondering if his eye was going to twitch. I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means... Are you fucking kidding me? I can't be indicted for nothing. No. Me too! It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that! You consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? You're a bitch! He is! I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. Wait, did this? I'm sorry, I just noticed his hair, it looks different now. Like, the little top hair, it's all crooked, when earlier it was just curved. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. Hair slowly flares the angrier he gets. He's like a Studio Ghibli character. Or Ghibli, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Anyways, is he using the exact same argument Clint used? It's like, he had this idea, but he did it wrong. I'm doing this idea, and I'm doing it right. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally... Okay, sorry, I'm thinking either if all this news got out, it would be complete chaos in London, or if all this like, do you hear me saying this? It all sounds bonkers, right? Who would possibly believe it? Finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Maybe, but couldn't you do a thing where, like, yeah, trust would be completely destroyed, but just build it up, rebuild it from the ground up? This guy's supposed to be under the word of the queen. Oh! Like, call the queen here and have her kick his ass. Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, and in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. I'm right here! Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? I'm committing crimes, but I'm in charge, so fuck you! Someone from the gallery jumps down and just, like, drop kicks him. Don't know, quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over 20 years has done wonders for the crime rate.
My family's a foul. That all makes it Lord Strongheart.
Are you You know what? I was okay with you chanting Testify earlier, but now screw you all. Are you hearing this? I am too, and I am pissed. This is the will of the British judiciary. Van Zeeks, I need you to bring in all of your wine bottles because I'm gonna go on a throwing party. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Van Zeeks, okay, also Van Zeeks, I have a suggestion. Throw your wine glass at his head. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. Me and TVFG busting in with wine bottles and start throwing them everywhere. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. He rolled a nat 20 on charisma and I don't like it. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. I feel like this can apply to a lot of criminals who are just as or worse than Strongheart, but still manage to evade justice for some bullshit reasons, or still have fans. Ryunosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options. There's really only one path left open for me. They're chanting through the save point! I'm probably gonna die on this, but I feel like use evidence is the right answer, but I don't think I have anything, and even if I did have evidence, would I try to prove he's guilty of murder? Like, all I have is this, the last will, but he was all like, I didn't do anything. At least I saved. When all the games are over, it's the obvious choice. Let my voice reverberate around the courtroom and make people listen to reason.
Objection!
That was the easy part. Okay, there was a moment in Ace Attorney where Edgeworth, the prosecutor, raised an objection and says, I was hoping to think of a question while I was objecting. I didn't. That was the easy part. What do I say next? As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections need substance behind them. Otherwise, they are merely objectionable. Fuck! The defense. Oh, God. I should make a wise choice, but I don't have... As far as I know, I don't have anything. Evidence. It's not all the... That's what I was thinking! I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but... If there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. What are we talking about? I'm assuming he means evidence I haven't used at all until this point. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to think. Okay, maybe the notice board? It might have Strongheart's name somewhere on there, but... I don't know. After cases dating back 10 years ago. Red-Headed League. Are we talking about this? Like, pull the ears. I'm gonna die.
Take that!
Oh, okay. Mr. Sholmes asked if he had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. Thank God! So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then. And heave! Rip it off! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Judy Hopps, for summoning him. I'm over here. Mr. Naruto, he's... What? We have Okay. Did Iris just invent cell phones and holograms? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Sholmes is 5 steps ahead of everyone. Iris is 15. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. Oh fuck, a ghost! What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put the man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get all of him, my lord! Do a twirl! What kind of dance is that? Boogie. Da 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 Macarena, da 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 Macarena, da 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 da. Hey! Just go right through. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, if you want to dance with me, you can. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruto, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Iris, did you plant a bunch of holographic projectors in this courtroom? Rima starts to play dance with me. Sholmes, dance with me! Make me sway! Mr. Sholmes? What on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. This is not a telephone! The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation? Modest description indeed. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally? Now you're being immodest. Also, what do you mean by entire scene? Yeah, he's probably back at home. You're not actually here? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. I want him to appear behind, like, Strongheart. Boo. Ah! Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you!
Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? Wait. Is he at, okay, either he's at Barclay or at Strongheart's office. That very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace! The Queen heard everything. At least that's what I'm guessing. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? I've always wanted to go there. What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty. Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What? Give me her autograph! What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London. Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be... I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective! Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceeding. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices? Under the eye of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Your Majesty, it's just a prank, bro! It's just a prank, love! Iris! I'm so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Victoria? Actually, did we see her? Iris, there you are. Oh! In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. She drew a middle finger for Mr. Strongheart. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. That's a weird Queen impression, Sholmes, but it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Your career just went down the drain. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. Lord Chief Justice? More like Lord Chief Toilet! In the eyes of the law, and of Her Majesty the Queen, you're nothing but a criminal! Adjourned! Close the jail! Oh! Oh! Very guilty! Maybe we should evacuate because the place is gonna be set on fire. Oh no. Ah! Holy shit! Sorry, I was not expecting that kind of breakdown. Many buckets of water later. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. His little hair swoop. I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. It was already with his son. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? And when did you get there? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. All I could see was the word will over and over again. Rest in pieces. I was sure that if I had facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. So okay, sorry, I was supposed to say I'm surprised the court didn't catch fire. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. Did he write more on the back? What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deed should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Clint. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jikoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. Huh? These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I wanted to be king! I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. Like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling lawyers. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You have very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, quite literally. When did he get here? Like, was he just asleep behind the bench, and then after Lord Strongheart fell off, he was like, "Oh, I'm awake. I'll be taking my seat now." My lord.
As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today.
Oh, thank God! I missed the gavel.
The darkness that has blighted justice in our lands these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord?
On behalf of everyone here present in this Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. I'm not Santa Claus! We found the real Santa Claus! The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Sweet, you're no longer using the other word. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Lord Van Seeks. Oh, for a second I thought Ryunosuke is gonna do the whole like rubbing the back of his head animation. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Usato, who helped me study to become a lawyer when she wasn't throwing me onto the floor. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his... Ryunosuke, why? His Naruhodo rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Seriously, Ryunosuke. Save me the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. Yeah, I can attest to that. Like, growing up, all I'll say is growing up, there was someone who was who was kind of a big fan of telling white lies. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true.
Blip.
So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. This hologram is running out of batteries. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. Huh? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the court before long, Persecutor Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Bert Van Zeeks,
not guilty. Yay!
That is all. Court is adjourned. By the way, no more fireballs in the court.
$4:21. If memory serves right, if I remember correctly, the trial started at 9:30. So, god dang, they were at it for 7 hours. It's all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I just noticed the bailiff who usually guards the door, he's not there anymore. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through this all. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeeks' smiling face, everything will seem much better. He's not happy! Mrs. Sato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you've demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. I don't know how I should feel about Van Zieks calling his brother a coward. Unless it's, I don't know, maybe it's one of those, like, mixed bags, or where it's like, I still love my brother, but the way he did things, just no. Well, thank you! What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have smiled on his face at the very moment if he were here. Please don't lead me on like that! Kazuma. See? Susato, stop saying people would be happy, they're angry! Susato! There's another face like thunder here. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening me. And he really was here. Lord Van Zieks. I noticed he shrank a little as he turned. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper. Well, he brought down a Reaper of sorts. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What is it? The will that Lord Clinton Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. So he's a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. First, that this document survives. Second... Oh yeah, I guess the question is, what the heck was the second wish? I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Oh no, this is one of those present the right evidence here. I always sucked at these, even in the original Phoenix Wright game. Wait, did I save? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. Huh? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the Gentrian hiding there. Clint's wife? Wait, is it Gentry or Gentry? She's not in a good way. And she's with child. The birth is imminent. Okay, 10 years ago, pregnant person. Iris's parents? You're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. As his dying way... Did Clint... Did he have an extramarital affair? My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. Or... Wait... Or maybe it's still his wife, but... What has happened? But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... Heh. You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and... No, not with him. Huh? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Yujin. Right. I see. Very well then. That very night I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. I think I recognize those hair curls. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Congratulations, it's an iris! And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. Baskerville! Wait, is that the same trunk Iris has in the living room? It had clearly been well looked after over the years. Made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Iris Baskerville! You mean, the woman was the wife of Lord Van Zeeks? Or Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. Barrick, you're an uncle! But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that I even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife. Oh! After he told her everything, she was a target. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. That too! So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, This Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. How awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend... Iris, we found your uncle! I asked him if he would be a father to her. That... Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Did you make the connection yet? Really, all it can be said is... said that I did for the child. Was to give her a name. Oh? Sorry, my phone went off. Anyway, when I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. Iris? Or, what's the Japanese word for Iris? So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame. Iris! Ah! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. There's a doorbell here? Ow! This little thing just pinched me on the behind. It grabbed your butt. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Stop pinching my butt! We can hear you! Do you see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you! Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before. We were simply marvelous. By the way, we have something to tell Iris. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such great measures.
Runo! Susie!
Iris.
Oh, I'm so pleased! What a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old. Again.
No, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word. And I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
Shouldn't we tell her all this? Alright, Iris. Thank you for your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ow! One final pinch goodbye, was it? It never occurred to me that if me pulling on the blue bunny's ear, Sholmes could do the same thing with the pink one. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks! Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. You're quitting? I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeek's family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Where will you go, though? Don't be a fool. Oh. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Yunosuke Naruhodo. Are you planning to travel with Van Zeeks, or keep studying under him? Kazuma Sogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured. Huh? Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. Time to stuff our faces with pheasant. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Oh yeah, stay in London or go back to Japan? Tadaima! Ah! About time we got here! We've been waiting ages, Otto! Bring out Toby! Bring out Toby! Bring out Toby! What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? There's a party in it! It's gotta go off with a bang! I mean fireworks ideally. When you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? Where's the dog? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that. Right. I'll remember that. Are you gonna shoot me again? You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this is quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it'll defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose their fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. Are you talking about the Jikoku thing? I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I was there. Called it. What? You... Charles. Is your memory worse than mine? Why the deuce didn't you say so? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Professor Mikotoba. I'm back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, where now? There you are.
Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come take a seat. Wait, I just remembered. Okay, where's Toby and where's Wakahai? I need cute animals. Time to fill me boots. Aw, no dog. Or cat. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup. I'm losing me Copper's Club and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. Toby's no more. You're really leaving the police force? Why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick. I know dick is another phrase for detective, but I wasn't expecting it. Is he?
Well, people can change, you know.
Oh yes, that reminds me. Oh yeah, I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown's been reattached. Was the glass fixed? That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, and measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else!
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss. Yes, Jenny, yes he was.
Oh, a little smirk.
Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris?
I'd become a proper detective one day and track down the old man.
Alright then, it's decided, I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming.
Have fun bringing in a corpse. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to,
I think I'd like to forget that promise, Jenny.
Eh? Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Ellie, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
No, not all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I've finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Oh, she's blushing! Don't you agree, Ellie?
With every word, Iris.
Yeah. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, Daddy. Woo!
I think, Mikotoba, I'm going to cry! Yes, Sholmes. I think I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh?
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for all the good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Wham! Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food will go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Ellie?
Nonsense! Feed me as I play! Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. But I think now, the time has... You're leaving?! Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, I thought that was Sasato! Oh, a professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took the carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. What did she go do?
I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Huh?
With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Is it we're never telling her, or is it we're going to tell her... Oh. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. Is it one of those we'll tell you when you're older things?
Oh, it's what was agreed with Genshin after all.
Oh, okay.
Clint Van Zeek's final wishes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog collar.
Oh yeah. It's like the moment we found that, Sholmes was like, you know what, let's never talk about this, okay?
The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskerville. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with a Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see.
Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of Baskerville story? Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter, and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out about her dad? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Like, one hand, yeah, I believe that she should know, like, when she's ready, or, like, in the future, but at the same time, if this was Clint's last dying wish, is this a good idea? Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something.
It's 2 in the morning!
Judging from that expression, I say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I'll be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February...
My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. You'll come back to London to visit, right? Well, it sounds like you made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. But I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Hey! You heard all that? Susato-san? I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you hear what your father and I were talking about? I'm sorry. I did. I couldn't help but... how much did you hear? Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, yeah, the whole thing. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense attorney. Yeah, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew I already knew that it's what you decide. You did? I can read minds. Susato-san? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. He'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh yeah, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Quayside? I can't believe this day's finally come. Oh! then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I'll write to you and I'll visit at some point in the future, I promise. Maybe when technology's better, I can visit much faster. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after all these years. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to Professor as well, I think. With my gun! Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
There he is!
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Besties!
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
Wait, are you still Are you going along with prosecuting, or are you sort of picking up both occupations?
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Oh,
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Cardama?
Karma? Why?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's the same thing.
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
Susato?
the path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Wait, I thought you were going to be... I thought you were going to be Cosmo's assistant, but then again, it's maybe one of those, like, career changes for her as well. I'm just as shocked as you!
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
For a split second I thought, oh shit, your luggage is Sato-san, it fell in the water and it's floating away.
It's alright. There's no need to worry. As it happens,
They get
my
married.
luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Ryunosuke and Sato sitting in a tree.
Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Huh? Are we fighting? Oh!
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await, as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
I wonder if Cosmo's gonna name his new sword.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
God, like 2 years. Oh wait, what if Iris made more of those little bunny cell phone toys and gave one to Kazuma and one to Ryunosuke?
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country.
Woo! When?
What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Aw,
A
that's
peculiar
cute.
twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection?
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh, that works too.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
There it is!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Woo! Holy hell! Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh god, so many, so good, and goddamn that last case, it kept throwing me for loops. I don't think I'll be reading these out loud because I can't talk that fast anymore. Where are you gonna go? Oh. Wardrobe class? No! Oh, she blushy. Woo! Daddy! Hair lotion? Still, I'm a little thrown off by Cosmo's change from defense to prosecutor, which kind of made sense earlier, but now it's, looking back, it's, I don't know, especially after everything turned out for the better. Oh, Cosmo's in here. Toby! Toby! Oh, heck yeah, she can read! Bye, Toby. Heck yeah, go Gina! Wait. Oh. This is before he died, I assume. Fish and chips. Detección a la corrección. On the eyebrow. Oh. Whoa! Kitties! Kitties, 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 kitties! Screw you, man! Women can be allowed anywhere! Oh, so Ray Memba me is becoming a lawyer now? Was Seki as her assistant? Ah! What? Would you like to become a sushi chef? Oh god, for a second I was just gonna say, you're not a corpse yet! But you will be! Hey, Hairbrain! Oh, the symposium's back on? Uh-oh. There had to be another hotel, right? Hey! Oh boy. I don't know, just committing yourself to a giant conspiracy seems a little much. Will you see your wife again? Oh! How do you get spaghetti in prison? Oh, there she is! He's still eating. I still can't believe he's 25. He looks like a baby. Spaghetti for everyone. what kind of tea she made. Please don't throw me. Oh, title drop. Ooh. Yay. And that little doll. Waka hi! Waka hi! Yay! Anyways, holy crap, this is a good game. Highly recommend for Ace Attorney fans. My only complaint is the whole like racist remarks, even though it's kind of realistic regarding the timeline, but still it does get pretty uncomfortable. Kitties! 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 Kitty, 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 kitty. Oh yeah, speaking of kitties, I remember in the first game it was Wagahai, so it's like he said he was taking care of Wagahai's kitties, but Wagahai was a male cat, so I'm wondering if maybe Wagahai was male but taking care of kitties. Yep. Oh, yeah. Aw, thank you, TBFG. Like father, like daughter. Oh, it's the Shakespeare Shamspeare man. Oh, the bee lady. I love the bee lady. Kitty, 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 kitty. Oh, the kitty is with us. Also, Mr. Beep Boop. Oh no, it's Balloon! Oh, it looks like Hairbrain is sketching the hotel. Beppo! Gossip and Venus! Individuals. The wife is very pretty, I have to say. She was my favorite juror. Well, she and the bee lady. Oh no, where's your spaghetti? So can we... Wait, did we miss Gina and Toby? No, there they are! There they are! There they are! Oh no, Shump's left! They dancing. Oh, I was kind of... I just wondered what if they were waltzing together instead of just doing their own solo dance and... You! I'm going to break another witness stand. And I'm going to set everything on fire. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're guilty and you know it, clap your hands. They groovin'. Battle of Swords. Wait, where's Mr. Mikotoba? But yeah, back to the Japanese court. Hopefully with a better judge that isn't Shikoku. Woo! Good game! Now I wonder if they made a third one. Maybe not, but still. Such a good... It was so good. Woo! Achievement unlocked, the Risen Resolve. I like this picture.